Good evening, everyone. On behalf of WRC, I welcome occasion of today's seminar on information technology. Before starting the seminar, we will be launching one of the WRC publication on checklist related to cooperative societies, and the contributors who contributed for this checklist book are here with us. It's their painstaking efforts that made this publication possible. And on behalf of all the contributors of this publication, we have with us CA Dinesh Gandhi sir, who is also our past regional council member. CA DA Chaugule sir is also here. CA Shailesh Dudhe is also here. CA Shrikant Kulkarni sir is also here. So I request CA Lalit Bajaj sir, our chairman of WRC, to please address all the participants, and then we will formally launch this publication with the hands of our WRC chairman. I request Lalit Bhai to please address all of us.
Thanks, Yashwant Bhai. Today is third day of artificial intelligence and business intelligence program, and we are taking this opportunity to interact with you with the only idea to launch our publication. Let me share with all of you. Let me welcome first of all Dinesh Gandhi sir, who have tirelessly worked on this profession very apt publication. DA Chogle sir, Asif Rampurwala ji, coordinator Sunil Gupta ji, my colleague Yashwant Kasan, and all the participants on the third day. This publication was a much awaited publication of WRC this year. Our team, under the guidance of Dinesh Gandhi ji, has been working since last 5 months on this publication, and with the efforts of the whole group, post 5 months, we have been able to come out with this very apt publication, whereby the checklist of various cooperative sector audits is compiled and presented for the readers on the WRC website. I would just like to acknowledge the efforts put in by CA Dinesh Gandhi ji, CA Gokuldas Rathi ji, BT Nayak Sahab, DA Chogle ji, Nilesh Yevlekar ji, Sunil Nagaukar ji, नंद किशोर मालानी जी, कमल नौलखा जी, शशांक पाटकी जी, जगदीश धोंडे जी, श्रीकांत कुलकर्णी जी, प्रकाश कुलकर्णी जी, महेंद्र काले जी, संतोष राशिंकर जी, मुकुंद भावे जी, सचिन आंबेकर जी, शिरीष गोडबोले जी, किशोर मांधने जी, बालाजी पेंसालवर जी. As far as I understand, in Maharashtra and Gujarat, we have 75% of the cooperative sector of all across India. That importance the cooperative sector has. And when we talk about this particular publication, I think so this will really help all our members to understand the various nitty-gritties as to while pursuing our professional duties, what all we need to check, what all we need to ensure that it is at proper place. I really congratulate on the from the bottom of my heart all the contributors and Yashwant Kasar, who have also put efforts and tried to communicate and ensure that we are ready with this publication. And I also congratulate all the members of Western India Regional Council for getting this opportunity of such a apt publication. With this, I once again welcome all of you and look forward for an enthralling session for the another couple of hours. And I request Yashwant Kasar to take it ahead.
Thank you, Chairman sir. Now I request CA Dinesh Gandhi sir, our past regional council member, to address about this publication to all the members on behalf of all the contributors. Sir, please, Dinesh Gandhi sir.
Yeah, thank you. Chairman of the most vibrant region, Lalit Bajaj ji, Chairman Cooperative Committee of WRC, Yashwant ji Kasar, Sri Sunil Gupta ji, DA Chogule ji, and other contributors for this e-publication on checklist for statutory audit of cooperative societies. Friends, our chairman has already narrated the importance of cooperative sector in our economy. It is important for all of us as an auditor of cooperative sector. We have checklists for internal audit, we have checklists for bank audit, we have checklists for various types of industries, but we are not having checklists for these cooperative societies. And I'm glad to mention here that our chairman, Lalit Bajaj and chairman cooperative committee, Yashwant Kasarji, both have taken this issue and they have made a lot of follow-up for compilation of this checklist. Actually, it should have been published earlier, but because of some reasons, it is being published today. In this checklist, we have prepared a common checklist for all types of societies. There are certain issues or certain points which are common for all types of cooperative societies. There are about 37 types of societies, and we are covering or we are covered main societies, that is urban cooperative banks, salary earners credit cooperative societies, sugar factories, milk federation, district central cooperative banks, and state cooperative bank. We have tried to cover almost all aspects which we an auditor are required to know, or we as an auditor are required to take care of it. And I'm sure that this checklist will be useful for all the auditors to perform their auditing function in a very proficient manner. Friend, there is one important difference in audit of cooperative sector and in audit of other sector. In cooperative sector, as an auditor, we are under obligation to file FIR when we come to know about fraud in the society. That is not the case with other type of audit. And if it is noticed that we are not conducted the audit as per the laws or we have escaped some things, then there is a possibility that FIR is filed against the auditor also. So we are required to be very much diligent while conducting the audit. It's a public sector, so we have to be very much careful. With these few words, I express my sincere thanks to all the contributors who have contributed a lot, and I'm sure that this checklist will be useful for all of us. I am thankful to CA Lalit Bajaji, Chairman of WRC, and CA Yashwant Kasarji for giving us this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dinesh sir. It's the efforts of you and all other contributors that made this e-publication possible. I request CA Lalit Bajaj sir to please announce that it's formally launched. Thereafter, it will be available on the WRC website for all the members.
Yeah, let us all witness the launch of this particular publication, and let us create awareness among all our professional fraternity so that maximum benefit can be taken by our members. With this, I announce this publication to be launched on WRC website.
Thank you very much, Lalit. Now over to you, Sunil Gupta sir, for further proceedings of today's program.
Yeah. Hi. So we can start the session now.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Asif ji. Asif ji.
हेलो आसिफ सर, आवाज नहीं आ रहा आपका? आसिफ सर,
Hello? Am I audible now, sir?
yes sir,
Yeah.
yes sir, yes sir.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was congratulating the WIRC for launching 2 publications in 3 days. So that must be some kind of a record, I must say. So I was so happy to see all of you all once again. And my heartiest congratulations to all the contributors and authors of the publication. Moving forward, let me take everyone through what we had left at yesterday, and all right. So now there is something called as learning logical theories, which was part of supervised learning, which we didn't do yesterday. So logical formulation of supervised learning includes manipulation of sentences, uh, which have something called as attributes, and then converting them into sequences which can be used to derive at conclusions or classifications. Now, so let me just give some examples rather. So here there are some statements. For example, this is actually written in a language called Lisp, or sort of it can be written in a language called Lisp, which was one of the earliest languages for artificial intelligence. I will just try to explain what is written over here. What is written over here is Philip father. So Philip is father of Charles. So the relationship father has been denoted with 2 instances. So here Philip is given as shown as the father of Charles. So is Philip is the father of Anne, and so on and so forth. You can give relationships of father relationships between individuals. Similarly, mum is Margaret. So mum is Margaret's mother. Similarly, mum is Elizabeth's mother, and so on and so forth. And then there is a relationship given that Diana and Charles are married. So there is a married relationship between Diana and Charles, and there is a married relationship between Elizabeth and Philip. So it says that Elizabeth is married to Philip, Diana is married to Charles, Philip is a male. So this is a unary relationship, whereas married is a binary relationship. So married, mother, father require 2 individuals, whereas male and female require only 1 individual. So therefore they are called as unary, and married mother and father are called as binary. So Philip is a male, Anne is a female, and so on and so forth. And it is also given that there is a grandparent relationship between mum and Charles. So mum is the grandparent of Charles, and Elizabeth is a grandparent of Beatrice, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, mum is not so there is a not relationship before that. So mum is not a grandparent of Harry, and Spencer is not a grandparent of Pete, and so on and so forth. So there can be a huge set of sentences or inputs which can be given, and then we can try to find out output using formulas like a grandparent X comma Y implies for all Z where X is the mother of Z and Z is the mother of Y. So if X is the mother of Z and Z is the mother of Y, I can say that X is the grandparent of Y. Or for all Z's where X is the mother of Z and Z is the father of Y, also I can say that X is the grandparent of Y. So what it's trying to say is basically that if I want to establish a relationship of grandparent between X and Y, if X is the mother of any element Z and Z itself is a mother or father of any element Y, then X is a grandparent of Y. Similarly, if X is not a mother but a father, so X being a father of Z and Z being the mother of Y, or X being a father of Z and Z being a father of Y, all these relationships satisfy the condition that X is the grandparent of Y. I'm sorry if I was unable to explain, but what it basically means is for X to be a grandparent, either X is a mother of Z who is a mother of Y, or X is the father, X is the mother of Z and Z is the father of Y. Because Z can be a male or a female. So for X to be a grandparent of Y, we need Z to be a mother or father of Y, where Z is the child of X. Similarly, so X can either be a mother of Z or X can be a father of Z. Z can be a mother of Y or Z can be a father of Y. So all of those relationship possibilities are written over here. So mother-mother relationship, or mother's father relationship, a father-mother relationship, or a father-father relationship. If any of the four are satisfied, we say that X is a grandparent of Y. And this kind of logical statements, once you build, you can give it to a population, and the programming languages like Lisp will calculate who is the grandparent of whom. Now, this logical relationship, just because it's grandfather, mother, father, it's easier to understand, but it can be used in complicated situations where if we want to say that if there is an event X related to an event Y, what are the rules for that? Okay, so it could be the events or the elements could be allocation of rooms to people. Okay, so if the room is empty, it can be allocated to a meeting. If the room is not empty, it cannot be allocated to the meeting. A room can be allocated based on certain criteria, whether it is of capacity X or Y. Or all of those rules can be built using logical notations. These notations have been developed in certain languages like Lisp for us to be able to code, complicated rule-based scenarios. And then the languages like Lisp will be able to calculate possible solutions to problems which you pose to it. Okay, so these kind of things are possible, but right now we won't be doing Lisp because Lisp in itself will take us, so I don't want to do any kind of programming in any of my sessions. So can such Mr. Naman Mehta is asking me, can such a logical condition coding be used for programming an elevator? Yes, it could be. So we can use it for programming any kind of logical scenario. So like one of the scenarios which is very complicated is allocation of resources. So when when there are 10 people wanting, let's say, rooms for let's say conference rooms. So there are 10 conference rooms in your building. Each conference room has a different capacity. Different people want to have meetings of different capacities. None of those meetings exactly match the capacity. So like there is a conference room with 10 capacity, but there is a meeting with 6 people, and there's another room with 5 capacity of 5 people. Obviously, the 6 people meeting cannot be happening in the conference room with 5 people. It has to go into a conference room with at least more than 5. So it can be going to a 10. Or there are, so if you have these kind of complicated scenarios, then which meeting goes into which room, so in such a fashion that majority of the teams or majority of the meetings happen without a glitch. These kind of logical programming can be done using languages such as Lisp. There can be very complicated. Now, ये तो बहुत simple सभी questions मैं बता रहा हूँ, but it can have multiple criteria. Okay, so for example, there can be time slots, and there can be capacity of rooms, and there can be requirement for a projector. Not all rooms have projectors. Some rooms have projectors. Some people want projectors. Some people don't want projectors. Some people need Wi-Fi. Some people don't need Wi-Fi, and there are different rooms with Wi-Fi or without Wi-Fi. All of those criteria can be fed into the system, and then the system will try to find the most optimal solution to the problem. If there is one, if there are multiple solutions, then it will try to find the most optimal solution. If there are no solutions, then it will try to find the least workable, at least at least maximum logo ko mil sake. So suppose there are 10 rooms and 20 people wanting the rooms. Obviously, 20 cannot get 10 rooms at the same time, but at least 10. Who should get the rooms? Then there have to be criteria for that. That if there are 20 people asking, if there is a priority criteria, then automatically these we can set these using logical theories, which ones will get priority and who will get the rooms in which order. So there are concepts of specializations and generalizations. Specializations mean where you want to have I'm thinking of a good example right now, but example, we say that Asif is a specialization of a male. So Asif is just one instance of a male. Okay, so that is the specialization. But instead of saying Asif is, to call Asif as a male is generalization. So there are many males. One of them is Asif. That's the specialization. But asking Asif or calling Asif as a male is the generalization of Asif. Okay, so there are these relationships which we build and then we use them for learning. Because how do you learn? How does your algorithm or your system learn? Is through generalizations and specializations. So it takes an image, for example, and classifies it as a man or a woman or as a human being, and then tries to classify that which human being it is. That is how a face recognition software will work. So first of all, in an image, it has to identify which part of the image is a man or a human being. Then we have to classify whether it is a man or a woman. That becomes a specialization. If it's a man, then which man in my data set matches most closely to that face. That is again a part of specialization. So first is generalization and then specialization. So in an image, how do I identify, features which will classify them to be a man or a woman or a human being for that matter? So there are lots of these examples which are there. Now, what happens is there are decision boundaries to be created. Now, this box which you see over here is a decision boundary which classifies some data. Okay, let's say these are women and these red dots are men. So it classifies the data. So this box is a good classifier because all the data which is available fits into this box. However, if I have one new element which is found, which is lying outside the box, and we know that this is the female, then I need to edit the boundary of my box. So what will happen is I will have to edit the boundary in such a way that this new element has to be, if I know that it is a female, then I need to bring it within the boundary. So I'll have to adjust my boundary. So I have adjusted the boundary. So this new boundary has been adjusted so that it incorporates. Now, what if I have one more element? Now, suddenly I find a male has been identified inside the female boundary. What I will need to do is I will need to adjust the boundary again to make it aligned to. So now learning algorithms means that you are able to change these boundaries as you keep learning. So the algorithms which are able to do that are called as learning algorithms. We will visualize this with some examples today. So analytical learning is how you make relationships. Okay, so there are some background knowledge which is needed to reduce the size of the. So for example, if a grandparent X and Y, so this is what we already have discussed. Now suppose that the initial theory also includes that a parent can either be a mother or a father. So parent XY is a relationship where X is the mother of Y, or where X is the father of Y is called as parent of Y. Then automatically this long hypothesis can be converted into a simpler one, which says that X is a grandparent of Y implies that for all Z where X is a parent of Z and Z is a parent of Y, I can say that X is a grandparent of Y. So with this background knowledge added, I can reduce my hypothesis quite dramatically. So we've added this line. And instead of writing this complicated statement over here, we are able to now simplify it to include parents instead of father or mother. Correct? Moving forward, let us look at something called as explanation based learning. What is explanation based learning? Look at the example in front of your screen. Amazed crowd of cavemen observe Zog roasting a lizard on the end of a pointed stick. Look what Zog do, and thereafter abandon roasting with their bare hands. The basic idea over here is to generalize by explaining observed instance. So now there is a caveman who's roasting a lizard on the end of a stick. And then this teaches other cavemen to not use their hands to roast something, rather to put it onto a stick and then roast it. Okay, so the first tandoori was basically invented that way by Zog. Think of it in that sense. Now, this is form of speed up learning. That means doesn't learn anything factually new from the observation. Instead, converts first principles theories into useful special purpose knowledge. So instead of now just lizard, you can do it for anything. Somebody is telling me I'm not audible. Am I audible?
Audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Moving forward, Relevance-based learning is what? Let's take an example. Mary travels to Brazil and meets her first Brazilian. When she lands on the airport, she meets the first person, Fernando, who speaks Portuguese. Because he speaks Portuguese, she concludes that all Brazilians speak Portuguese, but not that all Brazilians are named Fernando. Now, what is the relevance over here is very important. So when she lands in Brazil, she meets Fernando, the first person whose name is Fernando, and he speaks Portuguese. So relevance-based learning is to understand or to realize what is important to generalize and what is not. So Fernando is not being generalized as being the name of every Brazilian. What is being generalized is that the language he's speaking being Portuguese, there is a good chance that all Brazilians speak Portuguese. So the basic idea is to use knowledge of what is relevant to infer new properties about a new instance. This comes from deductive learning. Learning a new general rule that explains the observations does not create knowledge outside logical content of prior knowledge and observations though. So it has to create new rules based on what we observe. Obviously, we need to have relevance-based learning, otherwise we might end up learning something which is completely irrelevant. Now we are talking about something called as knowledge-based inductive learning. So now instead of knowledge-based, so what is this knowledge-based inductive learning? Induction means you induce. So for example, medical student observes consulting sessions between doctor and patient, at the end of which doctor prescribes a particular medication. Student concludes that medication is effective treatment for a particular type of infection. Okay, so when he observes that for the particular patient, the doctor prescribes a particular medication, the student will conclude that this medication is effective treatment for the particular type of infection. Is this a logical induction? The answer is yes, because no doctor will prescribe a wrong medicine is an assumption. And because he's prescribing a particular medication, it is assumed that that is a treatment for that particular ailment or for that particular infection. Okay, so in this way, many rules are made of logic, which is used in supervised learning. Now comes the concept of unsupervised learning. Unsupervised learning is where we don't know the right answer. अभी तक क्या हो रहा था कि we were being told who is a grandfather, who is a father, who is a mother. We were being told what is right, what is wrong. We were observing by somebody else's success कि अरे यार उसने जब किया तो अच्छा हो गया, तो वैसा ही मैं भी करूंगा, मैं क्यों अपने हाथ जलाऊं. So all those kind of things are being learned by observing or by other examples or historic data. Unsupervised learning is when we do not have the advantage of knowing something in advance. Okay, so for example, if I give a machine this set of cartoons, I'm giving them a set of cartoons. Now, what happens with this set of cartoons is they need to be classified into classes. Now, to classify into classes, they need to find some common features in the images. So a good learning algorithm, a good unsupervised learning algorithm would be able to classify them into at least two classes. This is class 1, I'll call it C1, and class C2. How do you think they came? How do you think this classifier has been able to do it? What are the features which it has looked at? Why? Do you think the machine understands that it is a duck? So you're right. The class 1 is the class of ducks and non-ducks. How do you think it came out with that conclusion? Yes, so the ducks have a beak, which the non-ducks don't. Sometimes, if these ducks, do you think there's some common between these two images?
Legs.
So you might find that the body color is black. Yes. It could have wrongly classified these two into a single class based on the color. I can't really say it is wrong because maybe that is the classification which you might want also sometimes. Sometimes you might want to do it on basis of color. So, for example, if you are identifying, men or women, or you are identifying different types of human beings, you might want to use the color as an attribute in helping you decide which classes do they belong to. So if I want to classify photographs of people into American and Indian, okay, maybe the color might be a very good distinguishing factor. Okay, it depends on what you really want to do. But here there was no input given to the machine onto how to classify beak or no beak. That idea was not known to the classifier beforehand. All right. Now with unsupervised learning, we all have to understand that we do not have a predicted output. We don't have a ready output to be we don't know what is going to be the right answer. So it works on the basis of clustering, bringing the things together which are having similar properties. I will show you that example. I will work with data, and today when we use the practical, we will see how how theoretically clustering works at least. Okay, and then you can build classes based on that. All right. So just give me some time for that, and then we will be able to. So it learns patterns from unlabeled data. So we have objects which have no labels, and we need to give them a common label. And if we need to do that, then how would it work? Okay. So there are many things which we can do to detect such patterns or features which can be used to classify data into different clusters. Okay, so if we can use those different and can find out, so we will learn how that happens. Similarly, the performance evaluation is a very important criteria for any hypothesis. So it randomly splits examples into training set and test set, and then use the training set to learn the hypothesis, and then using the test set we measure whether how much of it is correct or wrong. And we will do all of this today, so don't worry. When we will do learning techniques, the first thing which we do is we train our system, our software, and then after training we measure how much percent of our values are correctly classified by the hypothesis. So the hypothesis could be anything. For example, in the earlier image, a beak was a hypothesis that every animal which has a beak is a duck. It does not know that it is a duck. We gave the name duck. उसने क्लासिफाई कर दिया, उसने नाम ये नहीं दिया कि वो क्लास 1 क्या है, क्लास 2 क्या है, बट उसने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि beak is a differentiator. We can do that, and we can do it with random splits. Random splits means we can split the data with different possibilities and learn which ones are the better classifiers. Okay, so we will see this in practice in some minutes, and we will do all of that. Reinforcement learning, as I said, I will not spend too much time on it. Reinforcement learning is, making a system which will learn by something called as, performance. We use this mechanism. So I'll give you an example of one of my colleagues, one of my friends who has developed an machine learning algorithm using reinforcement learning. What he did was he wanted to build an AI, an artificial intelligence system which will create music. And he himself is a tabla player. He's a very good tabla player actually, and also happens to be a computer scientist. So he wanted to build a system which will be able to compose music. Now see, understand the problem with composing music using computers. Computers can compose anything. It doesn't mean that it will be good. The problem with composing music is, or to learn how to compose music is, that you need to know somebody who tells you whether it is good or bad. Now, to tell a computer whether a piece of music is good or bad is very difficult. What are the ingredients needed to say that if a composition is a good composition or if a composition is a bad composition? Any musician will tell you that, mixing of rags can produce new music, or based on a rag you can modify certain sequences and you can make music. So there are lots of songs in our Hindi film industry which have been based on certain rags. However, not all modifications of rags result in good music. So even though rags or sets of sequences of music can be given as a starting point, coming to make it into a big musical composition of, let's say, 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 4 minutes would be very difficult. So my friend used a concept of reinforcement. What he said was he made his machine understand what are good compositions by making it give simple notations, making it compose, and then match that with other good music samples. And if they matched very closely, then that technique was accepted or reinforced into the algorithm. And this was all was being done automatically, so it can compose and try and see which are good. What he realized was he was failing at it miserably. So he needed to create a concept of training the machine by an external agent. So what he did was then he removed the comparison and asked the computer to make those compositions on its own, and then he would sit and decide which ones are bad. So the computer will music, and he will say, yes, this is good, yes, this is bad, whatever, this is okay, and he would classify them. The computer would learn whenever it would read it would get a good feedback. It would learn that this is a better way of doing things, and by hundreds and hundreds of times he trained his system. So the system would get rewarded every time it would compose a good music. तो कभी पहले क्या होता था, पहले बहुत रेयरली वो कंपोज करता है समथिंग गुड, बट धीरे धीरे वो सिस्टम सीखने लगा कि क्या अच्छा होता है और क्या बुरा होता है, and was able to learn. So this is called reinforcement. Okay, the examples I can give, but right now I think this one is enough. So for today, I would like you all to download some things. At least there are 2 Excel files over there. Even if you don't download everything else, just download the 2 Excel files on this link. I hope everybody has installed Orange. So I would like everybody to download at least the Excel files, if not everything, from this link. I've just put some things on online for everybody. bit.ly/AIML, Artificial Intelligence Machine Learning Day 3. AIML Day 3. One word. So A for artificial, I for intelligence, M for machine, L for learning. L है वो, one नहीं है. AIML Day 3. Oh, you can see only one Excel file. I'm sorry, let me just check. Oh yes, there is only one Excel file. I'm sorry, please just give it 1 sec, it will get uploaded, and again download just the regression file for yourselves. Regression I may or may not use, just want you to download. You may also download the Word file just for your help. Okay. The loan prediction is a वो थोड़ा सा हमारा longer example है, तो मैंने उसका एक because people might get left out, so I've just done that. HTTPS may be required for some people. अगर किसी का HTTP से नहीं काम कर रहा है तो please put an S there. Some people might not, वो आपके server security पे depend करता है, आपके browser के security पे. Okay, so all those who have downloaded, just raise your hands and Oracle start हो गया. अगर if your Orange has start, Oracle नहीं, sorry, Orange start हो गया तो just raise your hands. I will know how many people are ready, then I can start. If majority of you all get ready, I will start. I'm waiting for everybody to please raise your hands, huh? Once you get it done. If you're not going to do it, मतलब अगर आपके पास ऑरेंज नहीं है या कुछ नहीं है तो फिर अलग बात है. I'll give 2 minutes more for everybody to be on to be with me, because once I start it will become very difficult for everybody to join in. मतलब I don't want everybody to आगे पीछे. I'll go थोड़ा सा slow but not very slow also. So I'll try to balance for everybody, but please be with me as we do it. Orange start कर दीजिएगा please. You should be able to see this screen. What is in on my app? You can see my screen. ये same screen पे आप होने चाहिए. अभी फिलहाल experiment मत करिए. I will help you with experiment. साथ साथ में करेंगे तो मजा आएगा ज्यादा. ऑरेंज नहीं दिख रहा. Is it visible now? अच्छा वो डायलॉग बॉक्स खुला था ना, वो इनिशियल वाला ट्यूटोरियल और ये सब एग्जांपल और वो सब लिखा हुआ, सो इट वाज नॉट वर्किंग. ठीक है वो. So please download the 2 Excel sheets and the Word file. 2 Excel और Word कम से कम डाउनलोड कर लीजिए. बाकी सबका जरूरत नहीं है अभी. बाकी बाद में भी चलेगा. तो रिग्रेशन आई विल ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन इफ आई हैव द टाइम. अदरवाइज फिलहाल तो ऑरेंज में ही काम करेंगे. यहाँ पे रिग्रेशन भी होगा, बट यहाँ पे रिग्रेशन यू नो ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाएगा. वी डोंट नीड एनीथिंग. So somebody is asking me for the Excel file name. There are 2 files ना. एक regression.excel फाइल है और एक फाइल का नाम है train underscore something something. वो CSV है. Sorry. For some people when you download it, it might not be shown as a Excel file. It depends on your machine. It's a CSV file. Train some underscore something something is a CSV file. Comma separated values files. It's basically used as a data set. Many data sets are available online are in a CSV format. All right, so let us begin now. So we will start off with the very basics, obviously. So the first of all, please understand what is Orange. Orange is a tool which is used to do data mining and machine learning and AI applications using graphical programming, we call it. Graphical programming matlab we don't write too much of code. Though it is possible for us to write code, we can write code in Python or जिसे Python scripts कहा जाता है within Orange also. If you know it, I'll show you how to where to add. But Python हमारा topic नहीं है. So we will do all examples where I don't use any programming at all. Okay. So सबसे पहले जो हम यूज करेंगे वो है यहाँ पे इनबिल्ट डेटा सेट्स हैं कुछ. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद दैट. सो आप देखेंगे ऑन द लेफ्ट हैंड साइड. सो अगर आप पहली बार कर रहे हैं तो यू विल हैव टू डू फाइल न्यू. आपको न्यू का ऑप्शन बीच में स्क्रीन पे भी दिखेगा. तो बी ऑन, सो यू विल बी गेटिंग अ ब्लैंक कैनवस with a menu on top. So you'll have a file, edit, view, widgets, options, help, and on the left hand side you will have all the widgets. There are many widgets out here. So the first one is all about data widgets. Then there are visualization widgets, which have things like Venn diagrams and linear projections and tree viewers and box plots and histograms and scatter plots and lots of things. We will try some of them. Then there are different models. Models हमारे लिए बहुत important है. हम इनमें से कुछ मॉडल्स यूज करेंगे to build our to develop our machine learning examples today. So there are many of them. Many models are there, like logistic regression है, linear regression है. Linear regression तो हम Excel में भी देख सकते हैं. We will see it. We call it support vector machine, SVM, random forest, K nearest neighbors, KNN कहा जाता है, K nearest neighbors, tree. Okay, and then there are many others, convoluted networks, CN2 जिसे कहा जाता है, convoluted neural networks, use rule induction, and there are many others which you can use. Evaluate करने के लिए we will use things like test and score, product and confusion matrix. जो ग्राफ्स है वो कर्व्स है वो हम लोग यूज नहीं करेंगे, आप लोगों को मुझे काफी थियरी पढ़ाना पड़ेगा उसके लिए, so I don't want to do that right now. And then there is something called as unsupervised learning के algorithms, which currently we will stay away from, because अगर टाइम मिला तो we might do it, but I doubt कि हम कुछ ज्यादा कर पाएंगे in unsupervised. Supervised ही सीख ले तो बहुत है आज के लिए, but let's see. टेक्स्ट माइनिंग आपको नहीं दिखेगा, वो मैंने स्पेशली डाउनलोड किया है. If you have the time, I can share with you a tutorial on how to use text mining also. This is a good thing which is used for social media analysis like Twitter, Wikipedia या न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स, गार्डियन का डेटा लेके हम उनके ऊपर काफी सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कर सकते हैं, जैसे वर्ड क्लाउड बना सकते हैं, bag of words बना सकते हैं. We will see if I have the time, I will show you maybe a couple of demonstrations of that also today. So Mr. Naman Mehta, I am also using 3.25 only. मेरे मशीन पे ऑलरेडी 3.25 ही इंस्टॉल्ड है. नहीं 3.27 है शायद ये मशीन पे. आई गेट हाँ 3.25 एब्सोल्युटली फाइन, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा मुझे. वर्जन 3.25 भी होगा तो भी चलेगा, 26 भी होगा तो भी चलेगा. It's fine if it is 3.25, 26 or 27, no issues. So now let me start off with the first object which we will use. These are called widgets. Okay, so there are all of these are called widgets in orange. So I will use a data set. If I have a data set, I can just click on the data set. So you can even drag and drop. मैंने कुछ ज्यादा ही क्लिक कर दिया शायद, so sorry. मैंने ज्यादा, as I told you, मैंने बहुत ज्यादा ही क्लिक कर दिया. तो मैंने 2-3 बार क्लिक कर दिया. तो लेट मी डिलीट. हाउ डू आई डिलीट समथिंग एक्स्ट्रा? अगर आ गया हो तो आप एक साथ डिलीट करना चाहते हैं तो आप एक रेक्टेंगल ड्रॉ करिए ऐसा बड़ा सा, वो सिलेक्ट हो जाएगा. आप देखेंगे ये डेटा सेट 1 और डेटा सेट 2 हैज बीन सिलेक्टेड. आई कैन जस्ट प्रेस द डिलीट बटन ऑन माय कीबोर्ड एंड इट इज गॉन. We can use any kind of database. Right now, let me just start off with data sets. So this is inbuilt database. I will show you how to import data. I have given you an Excel sheet, right? I will show you how to import data from an outside source also. Don't worry. The data set you will see on the left hand side, there is a data set written third icon, data sets. In the data tab, left hand side पे आपके widgets में screen is visible, right? See, this is the data set. Correct? Now, this is a widget. If I click on this data set widget, you will see there are no inputs defined, no outputs. ये जो dotted line दिख रहा है आपको, outside the widget, that is the output line. There is no input to a data set, there is only output. We will see what is it. First, let us double click on this data set. Double click karenge. Can you all see the box, the dialog box? There are a lot of data sets which are available over here. Okay, I'm going to use a data set called the iris. Can you see the iris? Can you search for iris? This is an example. Don't worry about it. Kya hai, kya nahi, I'll give you an I'll give you an understanding. So search for the data set called iris. You can in the search bar ऊपर आप लिख भी सकते हैं iris. Automatically आ जाएगा. उस पर double click कर दीजिए. When you double click on it, you will see that a percentage bar will increase and it will become green dot will come over it. So when green dot comes, that means the data set iris has been loaded on your computer. It's a very small set, so it will quickly load. Don't worry. What is this data set? I'll tell you. So now just look at my screen. So iris is the name of a flower. There are 3 varieties of this iris. Okay, sorry for the thoda sa biology lesson. Okay, so there is this iris versicolor, iris setosa, and iris virginica. ये तीनों flowers एक ही type के हैं, but there are 3 different varieties of that flower, and they have unique features. There is something called as a petal and a sepal. दो चीजें होती हैं. किसी में पेटल बड़े होते हैं, किसी में सेपल बड़े होते हैं. किसी तो पेटल और सेपल में फर्क क्या होता है? एक रोज अगर आप देखेंगे तो रोज के जो गुलाब की पंखुड़ियां होती हैं, the petals of a leaf of a flower are called always petal, but below the rose there is that green, the bud के वहां पे there are some green leaves at the base of the flower, base of a rose plant. That is called the sepals of a rose. So there are sepals in every, but इसके जो sepals हैं iris के they are unique. They are very colorful. They are more colorful than the petal itself. You will see that sepal are more attractive. Generally petals attractive ज़्यादा होते हैं in flowers, but iris is a little unique. It has sepals which are, and there are 3 different varieties are being shown over here: versicolor, setosa, and virginica. Now इनके बारे में हमने data collect किया है एक data set में. I hope everybody got a data set. Somebody is telling me that the data set is not available to them. Did everybody get the data set? Iris? Okay. थोड़ा कभी टाइम लग सकता है, but it will come. Don't worry. So now this data I want to visualize. I want to see कि क्या data है. Let me see what the data is. So what I do is ये जो dotted line है, the dotted line outside the widget, I will take my mouse on that dotted line and drag my mouse. You know what is drag, right? So you press the button, left button on your mouse and drag. So you will see a line coming out of it. Can you see this line? And then you leave that line after some time. When you leave the line, an automatic pop-up will come in front of you like this. I want you to select data table from this. So the data set is connected to a data table. Now, if you want to select the data table, you can also type data, search करके भी अगर आपको दिख नहीं रहा है तो data table select करना है, data table. Select data table and click on the data table. What will happen is you will get another widget and you will now see a line coming out of the data set and going to the data table, and on that line there is written data. This is showing what is traveling. So what we are showing is that from the data set, all the data is going into a data table. Data table में क्यों डाला है हमने? ताकि हम उसे देख सके rows and columns में. You will see the input to a data table. If I keep my mouse, hover or the mouse on the widget, you will see it says input is data and output is either selected data or data. I can do two kinds of outputs, either selected data or entire data. I can, from a data table, I can give an output. So you will see there are two arcs around it. One is on the left arc and one is the right arc. Right arc is dotted and the left arc is solid line hai. Solid line hai because it is already connected. The right arc is not connected to anything, therefore it is a dotted line. If I double click on the data table, I will see data about, if I scroll down, 150 flowers ka data has been collected. There are 4 parameters which are numeric, that is sepal length, sepal width, petal length, petal width. तो ये जो हमने अभी images देखी, they have collected a sample of total 150 flowers. Out of these 150 flowers, some of them are virginica, some of them are setosa, some of them are versicolor. मतलब there are all different types of flowers. आप देखेंगे virginica भी है, versicolor भी है, and setosa भी है. Okay, so from 1 right up to 150. If I want to select all of them, I will just click on the left hand corner over here. All of them will be selected. ये जो left hand side, ये जो corner में white space है ना, 1 के ऊपर, above 1, I can click on that and everything will be selected or everything will be deselected. So if I click on this, all of them are selected. If I click on this, none of them are selected. Okay. This is our first workflow. Workflow means we have taken data from a data set and put it into a data table. Obviously, you can select by using shift and down arrow, up arrow also, or you can do Control A to select everything. That all of those keyboard shortcuts which you are familiar with are generally working. Okay. Now I select all the things. I just need to make sure that everything is selected. Close it. Select करके close करना. Select everything and then close that window. Now I want to visualize this data using a scatter plot. So scatter plot is a graph which has 2 dimensions, x-axis and y-axis, and every element can be plotted as a dot or a symbol on the graph. So what I will do is I will take the output of the data table. Can you see the output, that dotted line? Again, I'll click on that dotted line and drag. When I drag again, I see a line coming out of it, and I drop that line. Wherever I drop, again I get a box, and I need a scatter plot. See, orange ने मेरा mind read कर दिया. It already is showing me a scatter plot. But अगर आपको नहीं दिखा रहा हो तो just search कर लीजिए scatter. If you just put SC also, it will show you scatter plot. So ज़्यादा word. You can just select the scatter plot, click on this scatter plot, it will appear on your screen. So you will see that the selected data has been sent to the scatter plot. Selected, अभी luckily हमने सब कुछ select किया था. If I want to change that, you can double click on the line in between. ये जो line है ना दोनों के बीच में, you can double click on that line carefully. You will see what is going. The selected data from my data table is going into my scatter plot, not all data. It is going, so I can change that also. If I want, I can remove this line and just click on that line, it will go away. Then drag the line from data over here to data over here. ये भी आप कर सकते हो. Data to data. Up, all your data from your data table will go into the scatter plot. सब कुछ. Selected data nahi, everything. Click on OK, so you will see data. So all data is going, not selected data. So data from the data table is going into the scatter plot. Now if I double click on my scatter plot, you will see a scatter plot. यहाँ पे x axis और y axis पे कुछ भी हो सकता है. अगर कुछ नहीं है तो you can select sepal length, sepal width, and you will see a scatter plot. And I'm putting the color of the iris. That is my output. That कौन सा type का iris flower है? Is it a setosa, versicolor or virginica? उसके basis पे I will get blue, green and red dots. Based on this, what can you tell me? Can you tell me something? Okay. Somebody has asked me to repeat it, so I'll show you again. ये scatter plot delete कर देता हूं मैं. Data table तक हो गया. From the data table, I can drag a line, drop it, search for a scatter plot, select the scatter. So write SC, you will find scatter plot. Select the scatter plot. You will get selected data going into data. If you want, you can click on the line in between. You can then delete the line from selected data to data by clicking on this black line, and I will drag a line from data to data. मैं mouse को drag करके line बना दूंगा. I'll draw a line. And I click on OK. And when I double click on the scatter plot, I will see a scatter plot. Now over here, I can change these parameters of X and Y. So what you can see is, generally I can see that iris setosa जो है, जो blue वाले हैं, they are fairly clustered together. But यहाँ पे middle region में ये green और red, they are not very good. They are not very well classified or clustered. So what? Let me see if sepal length and sepal width की जगह, if I can do something else to separate these dots more. So let me try it out. So there are 4 options. I can do sepal length with sepal width. Let me say sepal length and petal length. आप देखेंगे कि automatically we get a far better classification for this set of iris setosa. I can basically draw a line directly like this, and all the data elements are separated. It's a good classification, sepal length and petal length for iris setosa. However, we still have some layer which is, giving us a problem. यहाँ पे there are some common areas, so I cannot draw a clear line. So I can draw one line for setosa, but frankly, I am unable to draw this line for versicolor, because if I draw this, there are many virginica which are in there. You will see lots of virginica inside this line. So let me see if I can change this and do something else. Let me see if sepal length and petal width के साथ क्या होता है. Again, you might find this line is better. Maybe there is a line which I can draw जिसमें majorly virginica green वाले जो है वो ऊपर आ जाएंगे. There will be some below this second line, maybe one or two red which are above that line, but maybe we are able to do this. Okay, maybe I can draw a better line like this. Maybe now the number of misclassified red and green dots are maybe very similar, and we can have one line like this. Now, मजा तो तब आए जब ये मैं लाइन मुझे ना ड्रॉ करना पड़े, ऑटोमेटिकली ये हो जाए. And that is what machine learning algorithms are all about. Can we draw the lines of regression? So I can use regression lines. What I can do is I can just click a button. You'll see on the left, there is something called a show regression line. When I click on this, check this box. आपको ब्लू रिग्रेशन लाइन, रेड रिग्रेशन लाइन और ग्रीन रिग्रेशन लाइन तीनों मिल जाएगी. This regression line, this is linear regression. This predicts the formula for calculating iris virginica, iris versicolor, and iris sentosa. This is linear regression. There are other different types of regression techniques. अभी फिलहाल the simplest वाले से start करेंगे. Okay. Any questions up till now? Anybody, any doubts? What I can do is I can select some of these by, I'll remove the regression line पहले, and I'm now going to make a small rectangle to identify these जो problematic हमारा area है ना, ये मेरा problematic region है जहां पे मैं I will draw this rectangle. I will highlight these items which are my problematic values. I've just selected these. I can close it and now take this output from the scatter plot. So how can I take the output from the scatter plot? Just the output line and drop it, and I can again put it into a data table. So now only the selected values will come here. Which are the selected values? The ones which are giving me trouble. So they have been selected and it is automatically named them as group 1. That is okay. अब इनकी क्या problem है? आप search, you can analyze them using numbers also. You can look at those problematic if you want. So visually they can be separated. कि कौन से elements हमें trouble कर रहे हैं. Okay. So यहाँ पे I would like you to just select the ones which are giving you trouble and see what happens. Can you find something that what is the problem? Okay. Barry ma'am, I didn't understand. What do you mean by forward or backward? How to go forward or backward? मैं question नहीं समझ पाया. Okay, so somebody is asking me about jittering. Jittering basically is to add some random noise so that overplotting ना हो जाए. Overplotting मतलब बहुत सारे dots के ऊपर dots ना हो जाए. तो थोड़ा सा अगर same values है ना elements में, तो थोड़ा सा उसमें noise मतलब some random errors are introduced so that the dots are separated slightly. To cancel or pick, you can just delete or change any element. What do you want to do? So if I want to change the selected data, I can go back and to scatter plot, double on it. कोई भी यहाँ पे sequential नहीं है. It is all random access. You can just double click on it and go and select something else. So suppose I don't want to select this. Suppose I want to select by hand. So I want to select, I'll say press this, control, press, I can just press and draw a small area region like this. यार ये area मुझे problem दे रहा है. So I can just select a new set of elements. Mr. Pradeep, yes, it is a completely open source tool. It's completely free. That's why I'm doing this in Orange, not in some other software, because there are many other softwares, but they are all paid. And paid wala I cannot, demonstrate in such a kind of a session because everybody will not be able to get software. So now when I do this selected, I've done a smaller selection. Now only these are you'll see that versicolor and virginica only दो problematic cases हैं virginica के, बाकी सब versicolor है. You'll find उनके सबके sepal lengths बहुत similar है. Petal length भी, petal width भी बहुत similar है. थोड़ा बहुत फर्क आपको petal length और sepal width में दिखेगा. तो पेटल लेंथ और सेपल विड्थ में अगर डिफरेंस है तो क्या वो फर्क पड़ेगा? तो लेट्स सी पेटल लेंथ वर्सेस सेपल विड्थ. Even if I do that, those elements, though they might get segregated, they still are, very much in the same thing. So you can try out various combinations. ऐसा कुछ ये नहीं है. So petal width and sepal width में you might find some better answers, but still there. The variation is still there. If I draw the regression line, you will find that the red line and the green line intersect at one point and they cross over. That becomes a problematic scenario. You don't want to do this. Again, not a very good indicator, but at least they don't cross each other. You can keep trying with different combinations, whichever you think is the best classifier. Petal length and sepal width is generally what I feel is generally a better classifier than most. Jittering is jittering में change करता हूँ ना, तो it will just introduce some random noise into my data. So values को randomize करता है थोड़ा सा. But that is a good technique just to illustrate, but that's not a Yes. So what we can do is we could somebody who asked me, so let me just take correlation. So let me take scatter plot का data. Let's take the data and put it into correlations. So not selected data, I want everything. So I'll just click on the arrow, delete this. I want all the data to come and I want to find the correlations. So you will find there is positive correlation between petal length and petal width, petal length and sepal length, petal width and sepal length. So now you will find that petal length and sepal length, petal width and sepal length are something which are interesting factors. Why? Because petal length और petal width तो ये तो common sense है यार कि अगर length ज्यादा है तो width भी ज्यादा हो सकता है, दोनों सेम ही चीज को मेजरमेंट कर रहा है. बट पेटल लेंथ और सेपल लेंथ के बीच में काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग कोरिलेशन दिख रहा है. So you can do something in that sense also. So you can find the correlations between the elements features. If you, so the green ones are positive, blue ones are negative. Negative correlation. So positive values there and negative values, you can see them the correlation. You can change the correlation ka formula also. That is okay. That doesn't matter too much. You can filter them by sepal length, sepal width, petal length, petal width. You can do that, or you can do all combinations. You can see all the combinations. You can check them out. All right. So this is for correlations. Let me now start a new one, file new. So now I have a new canvas. Let me look at another data set. So again, drop a data set. Let's double click on the data set and now take bank marketing data. You can search for the data set in the thing. Just search for bank. So you will have banking crisis and bank marketing. I'm taking bank marketing data. Okay. ये थोड़ा इकोनॉमी रिलेटेड डेटा है. You can just double click on it. You can get the data. उस पे green dot आ जाए तो आप छोड़ दीजिएगा. Again, the same step. I will take the dotted line, drag it, drop it, select a data table to see what is inside this. पहले देख तो ले कि क्या डेटा है. So now when I double click on the data table, you will see okay. जब हम डेटा सेट देखते हैं ना, ये लिखा हुआ है. This is data from direct marketing campaigns, phone calls of a Portuguese bank. The classification goal is to predict if the client will subscribe to a term deposit given the profile of the client that contains attributes such as age, job, type, marital status, education, information on previous loans and other. तो ये हमारा डेटा है. तो it will tell us whether he will subscribe to the term deposit or no. We already have a data set. The data table को पता चलेगा कि who has subscribed yes or no. उसके दो पहला y के ऊपर आंसर दिया हुआ है. There are some people who say yes, some people who say no. और attributes जो दिए हैं that they are age, job, marital status, education. Okay. डिफॉल्ट उन्होंने किया है कि नहीं बैंक लोन में पहले. हाउसिंग, do they have their own housing loan going on or no? Any other loan? Contact using mobile phone या टेलीफोन नंबर, मंथ, डे, वीक, ये सब बेसिक डेटा है जो चीज हमें रेलेवेंट नहीं है. यू सी ड्यूरेशन ऑफ द कॉल, कैंपेन, कौन सा कैंपेन रन किया था, उनके स्पीड, बहुत सारी चीजें दिया हुआ है. Do we need all of these? So the answer is no, I don't need all of these. So can I select some part of the data rather than selecting all this data? Can I select only some of them? So I want age, job, marital status, education, okay, and maybe unka housing and loan status. I don't want anything else. कि कौन से month, day, कौन से कितना बार, कितनी बार देर बात की, ये सब मुझे नहीं पता करना है. Suppose I want to filter that, and I want the answer yes or no. उन्होंने लिया कि नहीं data. Then what I can do is I can take the data out from the data table and go down. I can select. I will write select columns. There is a widget called select columns. There is a widget called select columns. Is everybody with me? सबसे पहले we have taken a data set called bank marketing. Taken the data out, put into a data table. From the data table, I'm taking the data into select column. I can directly take it from select column also, मुझे बीच में data table की जरूरत नहीं है. But just I wanted to show you, therefore मैंने बीच में data table डाला. Now over here, I want all the data, not just selected data. So I will remove this line and drag data to data. यहाँ पे ये line पे click करके remove the selected data to data and put data. All the data from the data table should go to the selected column. मुझे सारे डेटा पे करना है. क्या करना है? I'll double click. You will find that there are so many available variables and there are many features. I want the features. Some of the features I don't want. Like I don't want month, so I'll select month and put it back over here on the left hand side. Day of the week I don't want. Duration of the call I don't want. Campaign I don't want. P days I don't want. Previous I don't want. Previous outcome I don't want. I just want job, marital status, education, default, housing, loan, and contact. Contact also actually I don't want. सिर्फ मुझे इतनी चीजें चाहिए. And my target variable already has been defined as y. Y is my target variable. अगर आपको नहीं दिख रहा है तो y को आप यहाँ पे ले आइए please. Suppose it is somewhere else. Suppose y is over here. Then you just drag this y and put it over here. Y is my target. Whether he will say yes or no to my term to my term plan. Term deposit, sorry, term plan नहीं. Term deposit के लिए वो हाँ बोलेगा या नहीं. So I just selected the yes. Meta attributes are selected. That's okay. Those things are automatically there. So I don't have a problem with the meta attribute, but I need the target variable correct and I need the features to be correct. Age is a numeric feature. बाकी सब C लिखा हुआ है. That means they are categorical. So there are not. So age is a numeric value. बाकी सब categorical है. Categorical means they are classes. So job में it can be blue collar job, entrepreneur, housemaid, management, retired, self-employed. 12 categories है. Similarly, marital status में 4 values है. Divorced, married, single, unknown. Education में also there is basic 4-year degree, basic 6-year degree, basic 9-year education. 4 साल का एजुकेशन, 6 साल का एजुकेशन, 9 साल का हाई स्कूल, इलिटरेट, प्रोफेशनल कोर्स, यूनिवर्सिटी डिग्री, अननोन. ऐसे बहुत सारे कैटेगरीज हैं हर एक वेरिएबल के. लेट्स क्लोज दिस. नाउ आई टेक दिस आउट एंड पुट इट इनटू, if I want I can put it into a data table again and I can see कि क्या दिख रहा है, but I don't want to do that right now. I will take it into a histogram. So for that I will select a visualization for sorry, histogram का नाम यहाँ पे है distribution. Sorry. So I will select this, drag it out, and I will select distributions. I want to find distributions. Somebody has asked me to repeat select columns. So select columns में क्या करना है? You take the data table out. यहाँ पे line निकालो, drag करो, drop करो, select columns लिखिए. Select columns. You select columns. You do this. Change the arrow to have all data. So you remove the selected data to data and drag data to so all the data. I'm just doing it again. Don't worry. वो वहाँ पे वैसे का वैसा ही रहेगा. And in the select columns, I will remove whatever I don't want. So I can select whatever I don't want. So I don't want contact, I don't want month, I don't want day of week, duration, campaign, all of this I don't want. Select all of this and put it on the left hand side. Left hand side ka button hai. I'll put it over here, it will come here. So whatever is here is not part which will be selected. Only these columns are selected. Age, job, marital status, education, default, housing, loan. Target variable is Y, which is whether he will take my term deposit or not. And there is a meta attribute which is called selected. That is okay. So you close this. And this I am putting it into a distribution. Okay, so select, drag this, put it into a distribution. दोनों चीजें same है. You don't need to do. अगर आपको some part you want to delete, you can just select like this and delete. चले गया. Delete मतलब delete button. So now when you click on double distribution, you will find selected का distribution है. I want to find that yes or no का distribution. So there are lots of people who said no and very few people who said yes. So if I take my mouse over it, it will tell me 451 people said yes. 3,668 people said no. That is 89% people said no, which is reasonable data, right? In a sales call, that is a common thing. Not everybody will deposit money. मैं तो जनरली क्या करता हूँ, I'll just so if somebody is asking me how do you know histogram का नाम distribution है, I just go to visualize, look at the icon, you know, yeah, this looks like a bar graph or a histogram, so I select this. If you want a scatter plot, it looks like this. So the icons are generally tell you what it is, so that's okay. Now I want to break this yes and no on various criteria. So suppose I want to split by yes and no. But by marital status. So I want to split the yes and no by marital status. So what you will see is more married people said yes, but also more married people said no. So there is no much of a difference. Let's see by education. Again, a similar picture. Let's see if people who had a loan, people's housing, people's education, none of them are giving me any clear indicators कि any particular education जिसकी वजह से वो yes बोलेगा, ऐसा कुछ मिल नहीं रहा है. Because the same bars are high in both the sides. Similar distribution दिख रहा है. Correct? So we can analyze data. This is very easy data analyzation. You know, you can do any kind of a graph you want. अगर आपको scatter plot चाहिए, तो I can just select that columns and put it into a scatter plot. It can still work. And yes and no. If I suppose I select by अभी क्या है, numeric data खाली age है, तो problem वहां पे आ रहा है. Scatter plot में age numeric data ज्यादा होना चाहिए because there is only So this it can handle a lot of data. Big data, if you are having gigabytes of data, then definitely Orange is not the answer. Orange is a tool which can do data mining for quite a big amount of data set. Not a problem, but you will need better hardware. That's the only thing. Okay, so if your laptop is like just 4 GBs of laptop or something, then you don't better try with a huge amount of data. आपका machine slow हो जाएगा या सो जाएगा. So you can you can use Orange for quite a sizable amount of data, not very large though. Means it should not go into gigabytes. But believe me, gigabytes का data अगर if it's normal data, gigabytes में जाने के लिए आपको बहुत ज़्यादा time लगेगा because unless you are using images का data, like if you are classifying images, then yes, it can be very slow and you will need very high-end machines. Okay. So I wanted to do text mining. My problem has been that whenever I install text mining के लिए, there is an additional add-in which needs to be installed. Many of the times it crashes. Orange crash हो जाता. So I will try to do it, but at the end of the session, ताकि अगर crash हो जाए तो कम से कम वहां पे मैं छोड़ दूं और कुछ और कर सकूं. Right now, if I do text mining, I'm not guaranteeing that it will work. Oh, somebody is asking me for an example of a high-end machine. So an example of a high-end machine is something which has minimum of 16 GB RAM, minimum of an i7 processor, and a minimum of has to have a graphics card. I will do. I want to do the text mining. मैंने in fact पूरा setup करके सब कुछ ready भी रखा है. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed towards the end. I will try to do it. Okay. So there are lots of things which we still need to do. Let's go one by one into each one of them. Okay. So the next step is what Mr. Pushkar, I'm assuming, is asking. How can we import data in Orange? What will be the exact procedure and which format can be imported? That's exactly what we will do next, sir. So let's start a new. तो मैं ये बंद कर देता हूँ. If you want to save it, you can save it. So do you want to save this workflow? You can say save. And I will save this workflow in the same shared folder जो मैंने आपको share किया हुआ है, demo number 1 के demo 1, so you can download from later on. So this is demo 1. So if anybody wants to download it later, you can download it from that same link, AIML day 3. Okay. So now I just close this. क्यों वापस आया? Save. Oh my God, I made a big mistake. I shut down my Orange. Just give me 1 minute, please. My machine now really gets slow because I have PowerPoint, I have a browser, I have GoToMeeting and Orange running on my machine. Unfortunately, my faster laptop is not working today for some reason. So I'm using a slightly slower laptop. So give me 1 minute to start the new one. So you can start with a new project if you want. By the time you can just create a new project. Let me just switch off my video and my screen share for 1 minute. It might work faster. I'm still here, don't worry. I'll answer some of your questions till that time. So somebody is asking me a question about YOLO and TensorFlow. So these are APIs or frameworks. So I'm assuming what you're talking about, YOLO is a real-time object detection system. It is an AI tool which is used for analyzing and detecting objects. TensorFlow तो एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है. It's a Google का platform which is used to develop AI applications. So Orange is like, to get started. But you really, if you want to build, like, I don't, but real, enterprise level AI can be built in TensorFlow. If I want to do something which is for machine learning, deep neural networks, I will use TensorFlow as my default technology. But again, TensorFlow, you require a lot of understanding of languages like Python or at least some programming language. And I do not make that assumption when I do these kind of training sessions. Maybe once the lockdown is lifted, we will do something which is hands-on in real, face-to-face mode. I will be happy to do something, but face-to-face में ही वो मजा आएगा. यहाँ पे क्या होता था ना, my time goes in trying to answer questions which are actually more specific to individual machines, because हर एक के machine पे अलग दिखता है. Luckily, you all have been very, very kind with me, and you all have been very, very supportive. I must thank all of you. I did not expect such a wonderful class. Whenever I've tried to use Orange, I get thousands and thousands of errors online. When the people say, DF nahi chal raha hai, wo nahi chal raha hai, this is a problem, that is a problem. Believe me, you all have been a wonderful class for me to work with. So let me, am I back on? Is my orange visible now for everyone?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So now let us start with importing data from other sources. Okay, so let's start with, you can either use a file. So ये आपको file दिख रहा है? You can use a file or you can use CSV file. अगर आपको CSV file specifically import करनी है, you can use CSV file. If you just say file, you can import data from anywhere. Now, if I double click on the file, okay, so it is selecting that iris tab जो हमने किया था, but otherwise you can drag down and see whatever, so there's housing data and hard. So there are some tab files which are already inbuilt, which we can use. Housing जो है, it is helping me for housing data, so I can select the housing. इसमें बहुत सारा information है about housing data. US census concerning housing in Boston. So there are these real Titanic passengers हैं. उसमें, if you want to do some fun analysis about people who survived, उनका age, gender or status, whether they were first class passengers, second class passengers, third class passengers or the crew, इस सब का data है. You can analyze it. So you can see who survived and who did not survive. The target variable is survived. Okay, and the features are status, age and sex. And उसका analysis आप कर सकते हैं if you want to have some fun. So you can select any of the thing, or heart disease. So you have different types of symptoms, and you can, find out the various so diameter narrowing मतलब जो हार्ट ब्लॉकेज कहते हैं, तो कितने लोगों का हार्ट ब्लॉकेज, अलग अलग सिम्टम्स दिए गए हैं, जेंडर, चेस्ट पेन, रेस्टिंग बीपी, कोलेस्ट्रॉल, फास्टिंग शुगर, ईसीजी, एंड देन उनका कैटेगरी दिया हुआ है, एंड देन यू कैन यूज दैट. So there are wonderful data sets available. You can even download a data set from online URLs and you can select them, or you can search for a file by clicking on this button. If I click on this button, I can select a CSV file. If you remember, हमने CSV file आपको दी है. So click, go to your wherever आपने अपना, मैंने तो कहीं पे बहुत अंदर स्टोर किया हुआ है, तो let me select that train. ये एक तरीका है ओपन करने का. So when I open it, it will tell me that in train CS file, there are various categorical features like gender, married, education, self-employed, and then there are numeric features like applicants' income, co-applicants' income, loan amount, okay, the term of the loan, credit history, property area, and then there is the target variable, which is loan status, which is categorical, okay, so whether the loan is granted yes or no. So this is the bank's data about people who have applied for loan. Many of them might have got the loan, many of them might have not got the loan. कि जिनको लोन मिला या नहीं मिला उनका सबका डेटा यहाँ पे है. There are only 600 instances and 11 features. 2% missing values. 2% missing values means there are some values, variables which जिनकी values नहीं है. Because बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि सारे फॉर्म पूरे भरे नहीं होते हैं. So ये real data ऐसा ही होता है. Real data when you start using, you will find data which is missing also. तो अभी तक जो हम लोग जो रेडीमेड डेटा सेट्स यूज करते हैं उसमें ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं आता है. यू ऑलवेज गेट द डेटा वैल्यूज ऑलरेडी देयर. सो हाउ टू हैंडल दैट, वी विल लर्न दैट आल्सो. So and then there are two meta attributes. Okay. What does it mean when it says meta for loan or dependents? तो ये तो CSV फाइल मैंने आपको दी हुई है. इफ यू वांट टू ऐड सम डेटा, इफ यू हैव इट, यू कैन ऐड इट. आई हैव नो इश्यूज विद एनीथिंग. Meta attribute means attributes which are having some additional information which is not really raw data. Raw data means actual values. Metadata means information about the data. अभी कैसे समझाऊं? No, I have not selected. I have selected only the file. And file में यहाँ पे जो browse का button है ना, in this browse button I have selected the CSV file which I have on my computer, and then right now observe it. Another way of doing this data import is by directly using CSV file import, because CSV files can be imported. यहाँ पे आप Excel files भी import कर सकते हो. So you will see that my Excel file is also there. So any file which is there, Excel, Access, CSV, lots of readable files are there. You will see the different types. यहाँ पे if you look at the download button, you will see all the different types of files which are supported. Old Excel format, new Excel format, बास्केट फाइल्स ये डेटा माइनिंग में यूज होती हैं. अगर आपके पास हो तो यू कैन यूज देम. बाकी सारे जो है वो ऑरेंज के डेटा सेट्स हैं, वो छोड़ दो. पिकल विकल जो भी है वो जाने दो. इफ यू so ये तो मैंने यूज कर रहा हूं. ओके, सो दिस इज वन वे ऑफ डूइंग इट. Another is by using CSV file imports. If I want, I can click on this. CSV file import is easier because it directly knows that it is only CSV file supported. तो यहाँ पे अगर आप डबल क्लिक करेंगे तो it will ask you to select the file. I have already selected the file. If you want, otherwise you can just click on this button and go to your folder and select the file. So the train file जो हमने दिया है आपको, select that and click on OK. But only comma separated values, not anything else. So CSV files or tab separated values भी होती है, but that's okay. CSV or TSV, that's okay. Now you will see automatically when I do this, it's showing me much more detailed information because it is CSV. If you don't see C or N above it, you can change it. What you can do is you can click on it, and यहाँ पे you will see a drop down for column type. Select the categorical value. So that gender is categorical, male is categorical. If you don't see it, please do it. Dependents, it is categorical. Why? Because there is this 3+ option. So there is 3+ option in the data, which makes it not numeric. If I make it numeric, it will give me an error. So dependents, though initially look 0, 1, 2, ये सब numeric लगता है, but there are 3+ values. I can go and change it and make it something else, but that's okay. I'm using it as employed. Now applicant's income. This is numeric. If it is not numeric, convert it to numeric. It should, it should become red N. Select the row for co-applicant income, make it numeric. Loan amount, numeric. Loan amount term. Term is a number of months. That is also numeric. Credit history. है या नहीं है? It is a binary. So it's a categorical. 0 या 1 में answer है उसका. Some of this is missing. Some of this is missing. Can you see the values? There are some places where there are no values. ये missing data है. What to do with that is also something which we will have to worry about. Property area, whether it is urban or rural or semi-urban, that also is there. And finally, loan status, whether it has been granted yes or no. So you will see the yes and no loans. All of this is here. You can click on OK. Just make sure that all the N and C's are kept. अगर वो नहीं है, तो you'll have to do it. Okay, auto पे रहता है normally, but I will try you all to not keep it auto to make sure that everything is set properly. I'll just give you a couple of minutes to do this. When you do it, it won't come. वो बाद में आएगा. So अभी फिलहाल नहीं आएगा. Just select it and make it categorical. Suppose ये numeric किया ना, तो ऐसा red हो जाएगा. देखो. If you make it categorical, the values will be on the left hand side, left aligned. Suppose ये dependents है. So if I make dependents as numeric, you will find all of them will move red on the left. But this 3+ is giving me an error because 3+ is not a numeric value. तो वो red color में आ गया है. Therefore, because of these 3+ values, I will make the dependents as categorical, जबकि actually वो numeric values है. Loan ID is a meta attribute. It is just an ID. उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? वो तो application number है. It has no consequence on whether your application will be accepted or rejected. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि अगर आपको कोई लकी नंबर मिल गया लोन का एप्लीकेशन का तो you will get the loan. So that has no that is a variable. उसकी value has no consequence on the final outcome whether the loan will be sanctioned or not. So we will not consider it. Loan ID is a metadata. It's extra and it's an information about it कि ये कौन सा record है, but it is not part of the data itself. I don't need to do any processing on this data. Clear? So I click on OK. So I will have 614 rows, 12 features and 1 metadata. These import options, अगर मैं click करूँगा, तो you will see all of this. So you can just click on it. You can always go back and do it. You can just double click on it and click on import options, and you can do it anytime if you want. Clear? If you want, you can even get data from an SQL table. If you use SQL databases, then you can use SQL table. यहाँ पे when you double click, आपको अपना SQL server का details and everything will be required. So you will need to install. I don't have an SQL server, so right now it will just give me an error. I will just delete it. But if you have an SQL server, you can install it. So if somebody is asking me why to treat it as categorical, why not treat it as text? Text is a bigger problem because then it will not even take any meaning out of it. At least there are categories. that people who have 1 dependent, 2 dependent, 3 plus dependent, I'm taking them as categories at least. If they are just text, then I will not take them as even categorical. Then analysis will not happen on it. Only text analysis will happen. So I don't want it to be happening. I want that feature to be accessible. I want to use that feature. Oh, you want loan ID as text? Loan ID को text use करे या whatever use करे क्या फर्क पड़ना है? We are not going to bother about loan ID. You can send whatever you want, but I don't want to use it. Okay, it's some. So if you want to waste our time, we can waste our time on it. Now, using the CSV file import, I can drag and drop, and again I can put it into a data table. So I generally use it as a data table. It's easier for us to view the data. So I always prefer to put it into data table. Now you'll see all of these data tables are there. Correct? Now, from this data table, sorry, wait. Before I take the data, you remember the data, there are some data which was missing. Which was the data which was missing? You will find that कहीं कहीं पे yes no का आंसर नहीं है, self employed yes no है कि नहीं है, कहीं कहीं पे your history का data नहीं है, credit history, some places loan amount values are not there given. Yes or no? Some places something is missing. You will see that there are some gaps. I want to fill these gaps. सबसे पहले I want to fill this gap. Before I can do any data processing, I want to do pre-processing. Pre-processing before the data is processed. So I will drag this and I will use a widget called impute. IMPUTE. Impute is used, okay, to assign values to missing elements. So impute means assigning a value to something by inference. Okay. So what I do is when I double click it, it will tell me what mechanism do I want to use for each of the variables which are missing values. So there are default methods. One is don't impute. That do not impute, did not impute, nothing will be filled. I can give a default method as average or most frequent. Average matlab numeric value hoga to uska average, whatever is the average of that entire column will be used as the value which will be put into the empty cells. So for example, अगर applicant ने अपनी income नहीं बताई होगी, if the income is not available, applicant income is not available, we can use either the average of the incomes of all other people. So that will be at least वो empty नहीं रहेगा, because otherwise many of the algorithms will fail. Many algorithms require all the data to be complete. So we can calculate or impute the data, or we can specify a specific value. But if you want, you can give 0 income or any other income you want, or you can say don't use a there are different values which you can see. Now what is the difference between upar wala elements and this right wala elements? Their values are same. You will see that don't impute, average, distinct value, model based impute, random values, remove instances with unknown values. Remove instances means the rows which have empty values will be removed from the data. That is also an option कि अगर आपको calculate नहीं करना है तो filter out all the records which are not having any value. So you can select that. Default method means this will be done for all columns. But what if I want specific values, सब अलग-अलग column के लिए अलग-अलग चीजें करनी है? So what I can do is say, for example, if education is not mentioned, I want to assume that the value will be not graduate. अगर किसी ने education नहीं बताया ना तो मैं assume कर रहा हूँ कि उसकी value not graduate ही होगी. I don't want to take the most frequent. Most frequent means जो सबसे ज्यादा value available है. So I can say that education will always be not graduate if the value is empty. Similarly, if it is self-employed bola hai, so default is what will take it is the most, whatever is the most frequent. If I don't want, if I say self-employed nahi bola hai, I will say no. I can do that. So you can give whatever specific values, or you want to give a distinct value, whatever you want, you can select for each element. For the other columns, by default, average will be calculated, or the most frequent value will be calculated. Do you understand how the impute will work? तो देखते हैं. Okay, let's close this and see if it has worked. So let's see यहाँ पे import option में किस किस का education नहीं था. Education तो सबने दिया था, sorry. Okay, self-employed में row number 13, application number 1027 में self-employed value is not given. So let's see impute के बाद क्या होता है. So I'll take the data from impute, put it into a data table. And check for 1027. You will find self-employed has been written as no, because मैंने specifically rule दिया था that if the value is not given, put self-employed as no. So now you will see that all the values have been calculated. None of the values are empty. You will not see any empty cells. So this is a very important technique in data science, data analysis, and even machine learning, that whenever we have a data set where there are values which are empty, or we call this as cleaning of data to be cleansed. तो सफाई करनी पड़ती है. Before हम उसको कुछ प्रोसेस करें ना, उसको सफाई करनी पड़ती है. My mom used to, when I was a child, I remember my mom used to, clean the rice before she used to cook every day. Because rice में कंकड़ बहुत होते थे. So you have to do the cleaning of your data like that. You have to remove the कंकड़ out of it. Now, what do we do with this data? I will now put this data, I'll drag this data, and let's put it first into a scatter plot. Now we'll use machine learning techniques, okay? But before I do that, let me put it into my scatter plot. Let me check. Now, dates, again, यहाँ पे selected data आ रहा है. So let me click on the line and say all data. So remove the data. ये आप अभी तक सीख गए होंगे. You have to put all the data. So now when I do a scatter plot, let me just analyze my data. Let's see. Loan applicant income, whether the loan is selected, loan status, okay, so the blue ones are the ones which have been accepted, red ones are the ones which have been rejected. Applicant income versus loan amount. Yeah, I have plotted and I have put the color for loan status. You don't find any difference in that. You will find that कुछ ज़्यादा फर्क पता नहीं चल रहा है. Let's change that. Let's check with co-applicant income. Again, not much of a difference. Let's check loan amount. Loan amount term. Again, not at all a difference. You can't find any individual element having too much of a correlation to the loan status. Okay, that's a good thing, because ऐसे में ही तो हम लोग machine learning use करेंगे. Otherwise तो आसानी से अगर हमें मिल सकता है तो why do we need machine learning? Okay, let's remove the scatter plot. Let's put the distribution and see. So when I put distributions, just to analyze, again I want all the data, so I'll just remove this, put data to data. I want to check certain things. Okay, so loan status, yes or no, you will find loan status yes is 68%, no is 31%. Okay, this is the rate. Now if I want to split them according to the property area, you will find semi-urban में ज्यादातर yes हुआ है, no कम हुआ है semi-urban area में in comparison, in comparison to urban and rural. You will find urban and rural no is equal. but less no has happened in semi-urban. More yeses have happened in semi-urban. That's a one feature which we can look at. Similarly, what if we check by education? Sorry, loan status by education. So obviously more graduates have been given yes, less non-graduates have been given yes. If you see the difference, the ratio of graduates versus non-graduates in no is good, but over here in yes is very high. That means more graduates receive loans than non-graduates, which is a good thing. Maybe they have a higher number of dependents. So zero dependent वाले maybe ज़्यादा ही थे, तो शायद वो आंसर आया. But you will see two. If there are two dependents, the chances of getting a loan is higher somehow. Okay, so that's a good. There's some trends which I'm trying to find out. You can do stack columns also if you want to, but that's okay. I don't want to do stack columns right now. Clear? You can change whatever visualizations you want very quickly. ये सब तो ठीक है, ये सब तो आप एक्सेल में भी कर सकते थे, इसके लिए आपको ऑरेंज की जरूरत नहीं है. You don't need orange for doing all of this. Let's do something which is, more than this. Now, for what can I do? So now let me take this data and put it into a model such as linear regression. So I want to use linear regression model. Linear regression is a technique. Oh my God. I will show you. Believe me, मेरा unfortunately नहीं चल रहा है because मैंने वो text mining install किया था ना. Something went wrong in that. Just before I was preparing for your session, मैंने न्यू इंस्टॉलेशन किया था नया वर्जन का, तो कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया है. I will show you the steps. Don't worry, it will work. मैंने ये पूरा काम करके I have actually done the whole practical again and checked everything is working. Just because of the text mining installation, something went wrong during that installation. मेरा Python का वर्जन के साथ कुछ conflict हो गया है. So please bear with me. I'll show you the steps. Don't worry, it will work. Linear regression क्या करता है? I'll just put all the data to data normal जैसे करते हैं. Linear regression will try to find out a relation between the attributes and the data. Now, what I need to do is take this and give this linear regression this is my model. I'll take my model and my data, sorry, and give it to a test and score. So I want to test my model. So there is this something called as test and score. You can go to evaluate and get this widget called test and score. Now test and score needs two inputs. अभी तक जो भी हमारे widgets थे ना, उसको एक ही input लगता था. इसको दो input लगता है. दो क्या लगता है? पहला तो लगता है data, तो आप उसको data दे दो. सब कुछ give the full data. And the second it requires is a model. So I'm giving the linear regression model to it. So that is the learner. That is the learner model. So I'm giving test and score code two things. I'm giving the learner and the data. When I do this, आपके computer में ना, you will see that there will be a line which will go round and round. It will complete. It will take some time. Sometimes it happens very quickly in most machines. Depends on your machine. If it is slow, it might take a little longer. But otherwise, this will get completed. After that, test and score, you will be able to see a result over here. You will be able to evaluate a result. Of course, you might not understand what it is. That's okay. What I will like you all to do is use either random sampling or use leave one out. Okay, either use random sampling, cross validation by default hoga. Select random sampling or leave one out. Leave one out is fine, and you click on close. It will take some time again to calculate. Can anybody tell me that it is working for them? Because मेरा नहीं काम कर रहा था, I'll have to depend on you all now right now. So I am playing blind, and I'm hoping that everybody is working with me. So did you all get a value over here in this evaluation result? Did you all get a line? Oh my God. Is somebody replying to me? I can't see anybody to reply. मिश्रा जी है क्या?
हेलो, हाँ सर बोलिए।
मिश्रा जी मुझे ना क्वेश्चंस का टैब अचानक उड़ गया है मेरा. आई कांट सी द क्वेश्चंस ओनली.
Mr. Ji,
क्या
please
गड़बड़ हुई? मिल गया. सॉरी मेरी गलती थी. Okay, if you are getting target variable not defined now, then sorry, then just delete this data table and use impute ka data into columns, select columns में. In select columns, what you do, the same thing, जो आपको, if you remember, we had done, select loan status as the target variable. If it is somewhere here, then just drag this loan status, bring it down. And if you want all the attributes to be part of it, you can keep it. If you don't want it, you can remove some of the attributes. You can do that over here. So select column. Just make sure that the loan status is in the target value. Select column and then drag and drop this. You'll see my ये error आपको नहीं आएगा, ये मुझे आ रहा है सिर्फ. Just try that out. And then the data will go to test score. Still getting error? Okay, just give me 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. Maybe I have missed one step. Just give 1 minute. Yeah, when it works now, I can the errors I can see and I can make sure that I'm right. Just give me 1 second. ये गड़बड़ ना हो जाए इसलिए मैंने वो वर्ड फाइल बना के रखा था. Just give 1 minute for it to load. It will load in 1 minute. Okay. Let me just do this one again for you all. I'm sorry. I'll delete everything. I'll use file instead of the CSV. File may, you remember we had all these values. Okay. Here, right, you have this loan status. Role जो है ना इसका, यहाँ पे आप target कर दीजिए. Make sure that this is target. So by default, it will be like this. It will showing feature. You click on this feature and you will be able to change it to target. You'll just have to double click on the feature. यहाँ पे double click करिएगा, drop down करके इसको target कर दीजिए. Double click on the feature, but यहाँ पे loan status है ना, make sure that this becomes target and click on apply. Once that is done, we'll do the same steps. First, we'll impute. Impute अब मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? By default ना सबका average ही ले रहा हूँ. I'm not wasting time, so I'm just using average for everything. Default सबको कर देंगे. Average ही लेंगे सबका. Take that impute, drag it, put it into logistic regression. Let me try logistic regression. काम नहीं कर रहा है. Logistic regression is better than linear regression, but for this kind of data, so use logistic regression right now. From logistic regression, I will drag to test and score. Also, test and score will need data from impute. तो वो दो चीजें लगती है उसको, लॉजिस्टिक रिग्रेशन एंड डेटा, दोनों लगेगा. I'm not using data tables. It will work faster. And this should basically solve the problem. Try this out. नहीं, वो चलना चाहिए था. Data table via linear regression should have worked, but it was not working, so I tried this one. Okay, so you got one line over here, right? So you leave one out and do that. Now, the easier way of checking or to make human readable, अगर आपको data नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, you just drag test and score and put it into a confusion matrix. Confusion matrix क्या करता है? It evaluates your results into which are true positive and true true negative, and which are false positive and false negative. So when you put it into a confusion matrix, यहाँ पे ना आपको एक box, एक square matrix दिखेगा. Yes, 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 no, no, yes, no, no. Can you see that? मेरे यहाँ पे नहीं दिखेगा. Can anybody tell me yes, yes, yes का स्कोर कितना है? नो नो का? हाँ, can you convert it to proportion? Mr. Pradeep has done that into proportion. On the right hand side ऊपर कहीं पे ना there is a value where you can convert it to proportion. ये proportion of predicted कर दीजिए. Show proportion of predicted. Don't show number of instances. Show proportion of predicted. Then tell me how much percentage do you get in the top left hand corner and top bottom right hand corner. Those are the right values which were predicted by the model. So जो model ने predict किया और जो actual values थी उसका comparison है. So if you are getting 80%, 85%, that means that much right answers were given. Yes, yes was 78.7 according to Supriya ma'am, and 83.7 was no, no. So that is around about 80% answers were right, which were predicted by the model, which was logistic regression. रघुनाथ जी, आपको अर्बन क्यों आ गया? डिड यू मेक द रॉन्ग वैल्यू एज टारगेट वेरिएबल? आप फाइल में जाके चेक करिए. हैव यू मेड बाय मिस्टेक लोन स्टेटस की जगह प्रॉपर्टी एरिया को टारगेट कर दिया है आपने? You have by mistake made the feature property area को टारगेट बना दिया है सर. हाँ, बराबर. Done? Yes. So you should get that matrix. So that is, now I will calculate using another technique. अलग-अलग models हैं. अब इसकी theory में तो मैं नहीं जा पाऊंगा. We don't have the time or the energy to get into the theory of which ones are better. But let us do rather than by theory, let's do by practice. कि कौन सा better होता है. Okay. So we know what is the confusion matrix answer for logistic regression. We'll do the same thing again. From impute, I will carry the data out. Use another model. This time we will use random forest. मेरे में तो error ही आने वाला है, तो please bear with me. Put it into random forest, and then from random forest carry it out again to test and score. I have gone into a loop. I am so sorry. Again do the same process. Do test and score, and for the test and score, test and score में you will take data again from impute and from random forest and put it into test and score. and then take the output of the test and score, put it into confusion matrix. Tell me now how much is the percentage in proportion for yes, yes and no, no. When you use random forest. One of the things which you will notice or from the values is, of course you all can't notice because you all can't see other people's output. Not everybody is getting the same answer. Because these techniques have some amount of stochasticness or something called as non-deterministic output. So Mr. Raghunath got a yes, yes of 80% and a no, no of 75%. So random forest is not giving better output than logistic regression for most of you all. मतलब दोनों yes yes और no no का वैल्यू अगर मैं एवरेज देखता हूं तो इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू 80%. It is coming below 80%. So though it is good 79 75, it's giving somewhere around 77 78 का average आ रहा है. So it is a good calculation. Prediction is good, but it's not better than logistic regression. Just give me 1 minute. I'll have to, destroy the whole damn thing. Okay. Mr. Deepak has asked me a question. Let me try to clarify his doubt. Impute is not a machine learning technique. Imputing means कोई भी डेटा मिसिंग है तो उसको सिर्फ भरना है. अभी कुछ तो भरना है. तो या तो उस impute can delete the you can either eliminate the rows or you can put a general statistical accepted parameter is you put the average value in the missing value. So suppose if you have 100 values and 5 values are missing, तो वो 5 को empty रखने की जगह पे what you can do is you can take the average of the 95 and put those average values in all those 5 places because the average will not change by putting the average value. So that is one accepted statistical way of filling in the gap blanks. That is not machine learning. Machine learning is where we are predicting using data how to decide whether to give a loan yes or no answer. So अब मेरा machine क्या कर रहा है? It is predicting given age, gender, education, जो भी हमारे parameters था. If you give to my system, it will tell me whether it will give me a loan or not. Okay, It will tell me whether it will give me a loan or will it not give me a loan. And it has run a test and it is checked with actual answers कि loan मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा, उसके actual answer से compare किया है, and that we are checking. So suppose my algorithm tells you that your loan will be given, so it will check actually उसको given था क्या नहीं. We are using supervised learning. Supervised learning में क्या होता है? We check with the actual answers. Actual answer means सच में उसको real life में उसको loan मिला था क्या नहीं मिला था. So if my model also predicts that yes, you will get a loan, and even if real world was so then it's a good, it is very close to reality. If my answer is always, if my model is saying no when the actual answer is yes, then my model is not a good model. So we are comparing different models. We are comparing logistical regression versus random forest. Now you try it out with now, if possible, you try it out with just give me 1 minute. Try it out with SVM. Try to do it with SVM also. Mr. Raghunath got a better result with SVM actually. Mr. Rakesh also got slightly better result with an SVM. But SVM में what is happening is majorly no is being better than the yes for almost every one of you. There is last technique which I will want you to try, but word of caution, आपके machine के speed के ऊपर depend करेगा कि वो कितना time लेगा. That is using an artificial neural network. बट आर्टिफिशियल न्यूरल नेटवर्क पे डालने के बाद शायद वो आपका लास्ट हो सकता है कि आपका ऑरेंज उसके बाद थक जाए और काफी टाइम के बाद आंसर दे. तो इट इज डिपेंड ऑन योर मशीन का स्पीड. इफ यू हैव 8 GB रैम और समथिंग मोर देन मे बी इट विल वर्क फास्ट, बट इफ यू हैव 4 GB रैम और समथिंग लाइक दैट देन you can try it out, but it will take a lot of time for you to give the answer. There is a neural network wala option also available, so you can use neural network and try it out. यहाँ पे advantage क्या है? It is as simple as just replacing the model with any other model. That's the beauty of Orange. Mr. Deepak got it very quickly. Okay, good. So 77, 79. So it's not better than your SVM. Neural net, definitely people's answers will vary quite a lot, because neural networks get tuned in a little more, what do we say, probabilistic fashion. So it will not give the same answers for anybody. Yes, SVM generally gives answers or logistic regression. दो में से generally इस तरह के problems के लिए SVM or logistic regression. So many of the time people ask me which one to use, which one to use. I say try different models and try and check your results. That's the better way of doing it. Just give me 1 minute. I'll just setting it away. I have been trying to my machine gave me a problem, but so many of y'all have compared it, and some of y'all are getting better answer. Somebody had used KNN. I didn't want you to use KNN. I said artificial neural networks, ANN. Okay, so person and do the training for y'all, but yes, please explore. That is my idea. मेरा कहना ये था, use your data sets. Use whatever data sets you all have. Try to work with them. There are many more things which are there to explore in Orange. Obviously, it's just tip of the iceberg. Within 2 hours, you cannot master it. It's a tip of the iceberg. You can take any data set which you have and apply it. Any kind of values. Some of them will work, some of them will not work. But that's okay. You will learn from it. The possible solution, if you are getting my kind of an error, is maybe because आपका भाई वो installation का है, remove the old version, install the newer version, the latest version, Mr. Naman. आपका और मेरा वही problem है, we are using the older version. Uninstall fully and then install the latest version properly. It should solve the problem. Oh, see, machine learning, it's an artificial intelligent system. Artificially intelligent. See, there will be some error in. So Mr. Raghuram is asking how trustworthy are these results. See, the problem is these are decisions which you take in real world. When a bank takes a decision, is it 100% sure that जिसको loan दिया वो right answer है? क्या वो NPA नहीं हो सकता? It can become a bad loan. There is a risk. So even though right now we are checking only with whether my system is able to do the same thing as a human being, but even if it is not doing the same thing as a human being, who is it to tell me that whether this is better than a human being or worse than a human being? So depending on what data we have, so if instead of yes or no, what if I had the option of knowing whether it was a good loan or a bad loan? Then we should predict whether my system can predict it to be a good loan or a bad loan. And how many of the times will my system be able to predict a good as good and bad as bad, and how many times it will be not good as bad or bad as good. So see, what happens is, if you want to be conservative, what you would want is that when the actual result was yes, and if my predicted result is no, actually that is not a problem. Actually that is not at all a problem, because ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, लोन नहीं दिया जाएगा, बैड लोन नहीं हो जाएगा. When the actual result is yes and predicted result is no, it is not a problem. When the predicted result is yes and the actual result was no, that could be a dangerous box. So that one we want to minimize further. When the predicted is yes and the actual is no, that is the box which you really want to reduce. It is called type 1 error. They are called as false positives and false negatives. So false positives are the ones which you want to really protect. All right. Any of y'all who wants to contact me, I'm available on LinkedIn. Some of y'all did actually find me. Anybody who wants to find me, you can send me a request on LinkedIn. I'm there, and you can message me over there. I do check pretty regularly, not necessarily every day, but almost every other day. So definitely मैं check करता ही हूँ, and I reply to if any messages come. So LinkedIn is a good way of getting connected with me. I will share the PPTs along, and the videos and everything will be shared with you in a week's time by ICAI. I don't do anything. It will be shared to you by the organizers themselves. Okay, links and books I had promised you, right? So let me give you that before I end. Just search for Asif Rampurawala, Rampurawala. LinkedIn, yes, very well. So, I will send you the links along the link for this. I'll just do that. मैंने upload किया but वो full नहीं रहा है जल्दी. I'll send it to you. आपके पास जो ये link है ना, जो where I have put all the files, I will upload there some material also. That AIML day 3 वाला. That remember I will upload some a file to by tomorrow about the important links and books for AI and ML. Share the books, ebooks hai mere paas. I will upload it directly over there. You can directly download the ebooks for yourself. Okay. So just use that AI ML वाला आज का जो हमारा link था, please store करके रख दीजिए. This is the link. Just remember this link. I will put everything over here. Even the PPTs will be there. I'll upload the PPTs also there. Just give me up till tomorrow. I will upload everything. All right. Thank you for being such a wonderful group of participants. It was lovely interacting with all of you all. Hope you all learned something interesting and are able to, carry forward this learning and become better at these things and use them in your profession. So,
Thank you so much, Asif ji.
Yeah. 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 Thanks. Thanks a lot, sir, for such a wonderful session. You have really covered all the aspects of artificial intelligence, and it was really a nice learning to all of them. Yeah. Thanks, sir. Thanks a lot.
thank you, Ms. Gupta. Thank you, Sharon. Hope to see you all someday in person.
Yeah,
I
sir,
hope to
definitely,
see
sir.
our future endeavors also.
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
It was indeed a 3-hour long session, but the sessions were worth it. I mean, you just covered. I know it's not it wouldn't cover in this 3 days workshop, but you precisely well covered it. So I would appreciate that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you,
Bye.
sir. Yeah. Bye. Bye.
Bye, sir. Bye.
Bye.